She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Happy 11 big man, much love.
Okay, gamers, how we doing? How we doing? Oh, Kyler, did it kick in? I relinked while we were sitting there talking about that. Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. For me, there are? Cool. Cool. Let me update my title then. Yeah, I had to unlink and relink twice for drops to actually work. Now there's drops. Beautiful. Welcome in, everyone. Good to see all you. So, like, if you're new to my channel as of recently, as in within the last 3 months, I've only been making Wonderlands content. But channel tradition is that Saturday is Variety Day, and Outriders World Slayer is more than good enough for me to want to stream that for an entire stream. Not split stream, just stream Outriders World Slayer. I've been playing it as my main off-stream game. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks to Square Enix for providing me with the code for the expansion in the first place, and they also set me up with an affiliate link, !Outriders. So if you'd like to purchase the game plus expansion and support me, that link's available. Also, I have a code for the Steam version of the game to give away today. I'll be giving that away at about noon Eastern, so 2.5 hours from right now. All you have to do is be in the Twitch chat, and I will tell you exactly how to enter once it comes time for that. Yeah, you guys are also making progress on that community channel points thing. Love to see it. Let's greet everyone. We got Jester, Itsukado, Brucey, Kyler, Viking, and again, Viking, thank you so much for the 11 months. I appreciate it. It means the world. Oh, we got that Quag guy. I don't know who that is. Shay, how you doing? Penguins. We allowed to ask Wonderland's question to our stream. Oh, I answered that. Absolutely. Necromancer Gage, how you doing? Is damage from Snake Stick Hydras the same as weapon card damage? I don't know the base of Snake Stick Hydras. I don't know if it's weapon card damage or a percentage of it. Thank you for testing. Gonna ask Outriders questions. Also need to go up some chaos tiers. Sounds good. I'm still climbing myself. I've not reached the heights that some other people you're familiar with have, but I'm enjoying. And I figured this would make for good stream content as well, aside from the giveaway and stuff from Square Enix and stuff. I play Devastator wrong. Like I play it wrong. All the stuff you see people doing on Devastator, I'm doing different shit. And it's a good time. Build diversity with World Slayer definitely seems to have gone up, at least where I am right now. Old endgame max was challenge tier 15. Now it's Apocalypse 40. I've only unlocked up to Apocalypse 24 at the moment, so we're going to do some progression today. I expect maybe we can make it to like 30 if we grind hard today. How you doing, Viper? Grumpy, Reckless Monster, Jaybridge, Dillweed, David. Doing some Wonderlands. How are you? Doing great. So let me. There we go. If you're unfamiliar with Outriders, it is a looter shooter third-person perspective by People Can Fly, who you might know them from Bulletstorm and Gears of War Judgment. It's a very enjoyable class-based build crafting endgame, fast-paced combat. It's good stuff. And Dillweed, thank you for the 100 bits. It's one of my favorite stream channels I've come across. You're very real and interactive with chat and answer questions to the best of your ability. So happy to be here when I can. Keep it up. Hey, that's everything I strive to do. Thank you for being part of the community, Dillweed. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. And it's always nice to hear that I'm doing stuff the way I want to. Really nailed the third-person gameplay. People Can Fly is just great at that. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about preferred camera perspectives, but no, it feels good in this game. Alright, so I'm going to warm up with expeditions. We have the Wellspring. Yeah, we'll do a quick Wellspring. I'm gonna warm up with expeditions. There's a new endgame activity, the trial, which is basically, think of it like a big takedown if you're a Borderlands fan. It's pretty cool. You can choose which side rooms you want to do, if any. There's a couple points where you can choose your progression through, but I want to warm up with some of the older content.
It's moving faster than I predicted.
World Slayer environment's so pretty, absolutely. Their demo version of Outriders? I believe so, yes. There was a demo before the game came out. It should still be available, probably. So, Devastator is the close-range, like, tank setup, tank class, and you're supposed to use shotguns and impale things. I'm playing wrong. I'm playing incorrectly. I'm using a one-shot rifle, which is a long-range weapon, and I'm using the meme skill of running into enemies' faces that was absolute joke tier until World Slayer came out, and now it's hilariously good. Also, I have a lot of cooldown in this setup, so I'm able to run around, leap around, pull enemies in very easily.
Just cleared a courtyard with one of those.
Devastator's my favorite. Mine too. I play a bit of Pyro as well. I do have plans to take a Techno through World Slayer. I don't have much of an interest in Trickster, but I do have some plans for other classes as well. This is why we warm up. My aim hasn't turned on yet. Does it ever? But yeah. Hey Freeze, how you doing? And why does Dev get shields now? There's some people who apparently didn't think Devastator was tanky. Like, huh, that's an interesting stance to have. So I just run into people's faces. When they group up, I get pretty big spikes of damage, but Enemy's not wanting to group up right now. There we go. That was a good spike. I want to go back in my pyro and work on the elemental damage build. Scorch rounds are great, but very monotone what they offer. The rounds mechanics are cool if built around, but I couldn't get to that point. I just didn't have much of an interest.
Looks like I wasn't the only one with this idea.
Want to see another dev main? I've been playing dev the whole life of the game. Apparently dev is the flavor right now. People are enjoying dev because of the crazy damage potential with some of the stuff in the PAX trees. I'm not doing the strongest of the PAX progression things, but I'm doing the second one. I like running into enemies' faces, so that's what I'm doing.
Wine cellar. Mission accomplished, folks.
Let's see how video game DLC now has hot evil lady. Yeah, definitely a marketing strategy. I mean, it works.
Guys, I take it back. This is the treasure. Underground wellspring places. Beautiful.
I'd like to see it once the storm clears.
A sight like this almost makes you forget who fucked with it.
Need to hit the gym, have a great stream, leave a lyric. I appreciate it, Grumpy. Have a good time at the gym. One of the many reasons I like Boulderdash is because it's a bit awkward, and I think that's a good thing. There's a bit of an element of practice to getting stuck on enemy hitboxes so that you get more kicks on them. Requires some active thought, I like it. I did hit a 50 mil Boulderdash tick last night. That was entertaining. There's people out there hitting like 1 billion damage, some of the stuff you can do now. It's still fun to run. And I'm still progressing. You say 1 billion damage? I did. That was a good chunk.
Secured the long till that storm clears?
Looks like this one could
Billion
live
damage, so is a bug. Off host the packs, tree things stacks, kind of like prefix harvest. I saw a different thing. I saw a 600 mil on, what was it, a trickster as well? No, people are able to hit some crazy damage. The highest I've seen, and I've only played solo at endgame, post World Slayer, in my game, is I saw a 58 mil Boulderdash. Just playing by myself. Sadly, gotta head to work for the day. Have a good stream. Take care. Hey, thanks for stopping in before work, Dillweed, and for the kind words and the bits. I appreciate you. Hope you have a good day. Harvest still bugged? As far as I'm aware, it's been fixed now. Boulderdash, 219 mil. I love seeing Boulderdash be like a large portion of my damage. It's just very satisfying. And I'm using the Marshall set, which got buffed. So it pulls things better now. Or I suppose Endless Mass got buffed. But yeah, Marshall set, Endless Mass is a lot of fun. And then these are the Ravenous Locust, Claymore Torrent, and Noxious Spawns are on my gun. And I'm not shooting very frequently, so this amount of damage just from occasionally shooting a bullet is quite nice. Alright, another expedition for warm-up. Frontline, that's my favorite. But we can do Molten Depths, though. I managed to kill the Akari at the end of Molten Depths in about 5 seconds. I was like, oh, okay. That was fun. But hitboxes are weird, so sometimes it just decides, hey, you can't target me. Do Frontline. Do we want to do Frontline? I'll do Molten Depths. It's more. Hey, Roddy. How you doing? Yeah, as far as I know, Fatal Moxie explained exactly what the bug is responsible for and what it isn't. I'm glad to see he's been getting good growth out of his pursuit of damage. Because if there's one thing this expansion does, it provides you more damage. I was slow on that one because bad aim. Finish the challenge today? Maybe. But you guys will definitely get it before the window expires, so. Man. I wish the hip fire on the one-shot rifles was better. Because it zoomed a little too much for my tiny brain to handle at times. Any plans for 24-hour stream? So far I'm planning on some Borderlands 3, some Risk of Rain 2, some Hades, maybe some Jackbox.
Could always hop in some lava. Expect that'll warm you up real quick.
You know, I could probably survive that. One of these pleasant things out. Ice looks pretty thin here.
Cozy. Not going particularly fast, but fun build, more important. Hey Cheese, how you doing? Cheese, I'm actually using a build that requires me to shoot a gun. Well, it doesn't require, but I benefit heavily from shooting a gun. I don't do it often, because I don't have time, because my cooldowns are short, but I'm shooting gun. Gun nonsense. Spells are hitting so hard. Yeah, the Claymore Torrent is also really nice. And the Locusts. Hey Onyx, how you doing? Check out earlier, I had plans with the wife for the day. Have a great stream and great day. Take it easy, Jester. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Hope y'all have a good one. Yeah, I'm doing well, Sinju. How about you? Doing decent. Decent is better than... oh, better than the worst case. That's something. I hope it improves from decent. Yeah, one of my favorite things about this game is just getting into the rhythm in a fight. It's very... what's the right word? Hypnotic? Like, you get into a groove where you're just kind of doing things. That was very satisfying. Devastator is the arthritis class, full disclosure. Your hands will need some rest after playing this character. But it's so fun. Feel the rhythm. Switch controller, mouse and keyboard was killing my wrist. Understandable. Understandable. It's, I don't know, I'm used to awkward mouse and keyboard games that are, like, intended for controllers. I play Godfall on a mouse and keyboard as well. I was looking at Steam sales last night, and I bought Devil May Cry 5, and I intend to play it on mouse and keyboard.
Ah, shit. More of you exploding spider bastards.
I'm a weird person.
It's what we called little fuckers like these back on Earth.
Were they dangerous?
Oh yeah. One half of every married couple was trained in disposing of them.
Wow.
Hey, Two-Hand Lagoon, thank you for the 19 months. Wah to you as well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope your day and your weekend and your other appropriate length of time have been going well. Also picked up the MC5. I haven't played the MC5. The only DMC game I've ever played is 2, actually. But, like, the music is so good that I've listened to most of it already, so I figured I'd actually play the game. Once Outriders releases its hold on me. Which, it's gonna be a while. This game is very addictive. I really enjoy this. And this is just my Devastator stuff. Like, I've got 3 more build things I want to look into on just this character. And then there's the other characters. People Can Fly got more creative with mods than LEGO Assassin's DLC. Loving it. Yeah, me too. Me too. New thermal bet sounds. New thermal bomb set sounds spicy. I'm really interested in one of the techno sets, and I want to run it on Devastator. The Blightfire set. I want to run that on Devastator because I can't behave. That's 17 mil. We didn't get a really good line on the boss, so we didn't get many Boulderdash ticks, but that was okay. Like I said, Akari hitboxes are weird. Blight fired that. That's the plan, Onyx. That's the plan. Hey, Hawken, how you doing? Fan, good to see you.
You can start recruiting people to freeze to death up here instead of getting murdered by their fellow man.
I think we can do better than that, thanks to you.
Who died and made you an
So, once again, context for people new to the game. This was an expedition. It's a dungeon with a boss encounter at the end. And you go through those for loot, experience, drop pod resources, all sorts of stuff for doing things at endgame, whether that's crafting, upgrading your gear, or purchasing new gear. Doing great, a bit tired, otherwise good. Hey, glad to hear. Take a nap. Boulderdash being 269 millimeter damage never gets old. I did the new activity, and I Boulderdash as 600 mil of my 1 billion damage. That was fun. These mods are really good, though. Ravenous Locust, Claymore Torrent, Noxious Spawns. Sure, I'll get tired of the trial eventually, but so far I really enjoy running it. Me too. I'm giving it space to breathe and doing expeditions because it's a lesser time commitment. But I'm mixing in both. I really like this weapon mod as well. Omen. Shots launched at cover piercing an anomaly projectile that inflicts bleed, deals a bunch of damage, applies a status that increases damage received by 10% for 3 seconds. This goes through like everything. It has a super wide AoE, goes really far, looks badass, applies a status and a debuff, and it's a way to make your gun relevant for anomaly builds. Like, it's really enjoyable. This mod is so much fun. You can mix and match a lot of crazy weapon mods now. That there's crazier ones, and there's also Apocalypse gear, which has that third mod slot. You can't change the third mod slot. You got to get lucky and get the mod that you want in there. But it's really nice when you do get lucky. And you end up with things like this. Really enjoying this. Let's see. Don't need any of those. Don't really need that either. I guess the mod I've seen Bird using a lot of his dev. It works out really well, because ranged bleed application is really nice. And also the cover piercing is the really good bit. Chem plant, sure. I should probably put it on my pistol. I have Fortress on my pistol right now, but I rarely actually shoot my pistol long enough to stack up Fortress.
We've been
Missed. Missed the AFK enemy. It's on brand for me. I just mantle on that guy's head. Cool. Kage Trek, Snowspawn, how are you? Sam Losco, hope you're well. Juicy looking numbers. Yeah, you get some very high damage numbers as of World Slayer. I'm not hitting anywhere near the upper ceiling. This is just a fun setup that does well enough. I have no idea what kind of damage I'll require on higher Apocalypse tiers. But I think it's important to note that I've not really been upgrading my gear much. Any gear that I have on level is just kind of incidental. Pretty sure at least a couple of my pieces are still level 50. Like, I know that the gun I have Moaning Winds and Rad Splash on is still level 50. So that's why I didn't one-shot all those enemies. Very underleveled. How about I'll take it easy? Sounds good, Onyx. You have a good one.
Damn it. More of them.
Focus on the shooting rather than looting? Yeah, you know me. I'm a gameplay guy.
Should lead to the heart.
All I'm missing is some elevators. Whatever that thing is, that switch should disable it.
This gameplay does look pretty sick. Am I seeing you turn to rocks from your abilities? Yeah, Devastator is rock themed. Each of the classes kind of has elements associated with it. Devastator is rocks and bleed. Pyromancer is fire and ash. Technomancer is cryo and poison and tech. And Trickster is space-time and flowing. Borrow, you eat. Yes, sir. So when you use auto loot setting, does it auto dismantle the stuff below the radiator, or do you just not pick it up? It just doesn't get picked up. The internet's ruined me. I thought that said morbing skin for a second. It was absorbing skin. The enemy's ability. Well, that's how you know you've been on the internet too long. It's ruined us in many ways. Hey, Rapid Fire, how you doing? Yeah, I really should put Omen on my pistol.
Sure.
Yeah, Ascension Point.
About those energy spikes?
That's another new mechanic with World Slayer.
Power
It's
cell
just,
down here.
up to
What did you
200
do with
Ascension
it?
points, which you can
I'll
allocate
see
as
if
you
it's
see
easy to
fit, up
take
to
a look
10
at.
points in any of these
Never
skills.
found a pod
No
down
particular order you need to
Save
go
some
through,
lives
you can
today
just
up
up to
later.
10.
I would expect nothing less from you.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
Crap.
Good haul this time. Mods! Yeah, reminder for everyone, I'll be giving away a copy of the game for the Steam platform. Steam copy of the game. 1 hour, 47 minutes from now. It'll be in the chat here. Boulderdash. Red Hair Lady dead. Good job. Boomtown. I love Boomtown. Hope you're well in the Mex event. Love the Angie main character phase of this DLC. It's so satisfying. Like, they really do a good job of, in this game, making your character feel powerful, both in gameplay and in the story. Because when they're not having a good time, they make it very clear they're not having a good time, and that's everyone else's problem. You know, I definitely didn't die 5 times during the Aggie phase, but it's fine. I was just doing Devastator things, like this neuron activation of grav leaping around the field. At the time I was also doing Impale stuff, so, like, really adds to the power fantasy when a slight hand gesture makes a room full of enemies all get impaled on spikes. Question, can I punch enemies really hard? You can. They even added a lot of tech for melee in World Slayer. There's already melee. But they added more. Like more. There's 2 different item sets around melee that I've seen so far. There's a bunch of weapon mods specifically for melee. A bunch of support in skill trees and stuff. And melee scales with anomaly power. With a very weird exception. So, like, I'm an anomaly power build right now. So that does mean my melee gets some benefit. The melees apply status effects, so they're very useful. You see me do it fairly often because it's more damage than shooting a gun would be if my mods on my gun are on cooldown.
What the hell is that noise?
Now, the absolute best builds in this game, exclamation point best, they are capable of doing, like, 3-minute Boomtown. I think I saw Abby as, like, a 3:25 Boomtown on AP Techno, which is very spicy. But I'm just a casual, I'm just vibing. Everyone's vibing until the rock man runs at you. Yup.
Alter. Let's play.
Missed. You and Dr. D didn't play long. Yeah, I didn't get a good setup on him. Basically, the way I can do max damage on this build is I group up a bunch of enemies with Endless Mass, make sure that deals a bunch of damage to them, and then I Boulderdash into their faces. And anything before that's just like a series of debuffs. Like grab leap debuffs. Having an enemy have status on them.
Your path is clear.
Go a lot like my first husband.
From anyway.
They were in
Future? Because we can still make that happen.
Connected to our side
How you
months
doing,
ago.
Sybil?
Thought they'd get an easier time, but Corrigan just posted them right back to the front. Instead,
Not too bad. How are you? Vibing, enjoying Outriders. My PC's not. But I am. Yeah, the return of chill variety Saturdays. It's been a minute. Boulderdash. The goat. Ooh, hang on. Ooh. Shredder in the APOC slot. That's pretty good. That's really good. Keep that. Legendary minefield in the APOC slot. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's any good, but it's a interesting find. Sure, this isn't Wonderlands I'm leaving? Oh, understandable. I don't know how you found out, but I've been caught. Frontline. We'll do Frontline. Okay, after Frontline, we'll do a trial. Hi, leaving. I'm Viper. Yes, you are. Wonderlands is the new third-person DLC, obviously. Hey, you joke rapid fire, but in 2022, third-person DLCs are a thing. Resident Evil Village is getting a third-person mode as DLC. So, like, it's a thing.
You want me to raise your soldiers' morale? There's no one left.
Kind of missed with my endless mass there, but oh well. Why are you running over there? You never do that. So it's come to my attention some time ago that there are people who don't like Frontline, and I'm here to ask you why you're like this. Frontline's the GOAT. Because you can do that. Pretty legit? Oh, it's doing well, Clown Baby? Good to hear. It was, you know, early in the game's life, rather unremarkable compared to other options. Glad to hear it's doing well. Here, drop my points. Can't stay today. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, Al. I appreciate you. Every bit helps. Oh, and yeah, for anyone who missed it, we do have drops on, so you can get some cosmetics and in-game currency just by watching the stream. just here for the drops. Understandable. Me too. Fun. Happy I can watch a stream I actually like and get them instead of having to find a random stream. I'm happy to provide that, and that does mean a lot. Quag game.
Coast looks clear.
It's just tradition for me to get hit by that. I really shouldn't. And eventually,
That's one of our plots.
Apocalypse tier difficulty is gonna make me regret doing that, but it's tradition to get hit by that avoidable damage for story purposes. That was a good pull. Love streams where Quag uses his endless ass. Yes, my ass is endless. It is infinite. If I remember how to play the video game properly, we can get a pretty good kill on Malik, but I doubt I remember how to play the video game properly. I once killed him in one boulder dash, just like did the debuffing and then just the whole health bar. It was very satisfying. The key for the superpowered fire guy is to run at him really hard. In the fire, if possible.
You again. What a waste of your last one.
Ah, there we go. That was a good one. We did get a good one. Bye, Malik. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Where does Quag's ass end? We may never know. The important questions of existence.
Remember that freak I
Why
fought
are we
last
here?
time? The one who nearly buried me alive?
If you don't know where an ass ends, do you know where it begins?
Not this time.
Yes,
He's
Cat.
sung his
I agree.
last. And the pod's
point.
ours.
Great! Then, out of curiosity, can you explain to me why that pod didn't land with the rest of them?
Maybe it got
Outrider
stuck in the
detected.
tube.
Access granted.
Or maybe it just wanted to fuck with us.
All the same. Hell of a job, Outrider. Hell of a job.
Oh, another thing I had fun with putting this weird setup together is my cooldowns are hilarious. 6.9 seconds, that's pretty nice. And then 3.8 on Boulderdash, 6.8 on Grav Leap. With the packs thing, I get up to 4 seconds of cooldown back. So like that's my Boulderdash has no cooldown. It just doesn't. And then everything else I can shave 4 seconds off. So 2.8 on Grav Leap and it has 2 charges. And then 2.9 on Endless Mass. And I went weird with the skill tree because I wanted cooldown up here. And damage mitigation. You don't need anything over here with kinetic skills because that's just seismic. And then that's whatever. We have resistance piercing over here, so we don't need that node. And then that's just armor and resistance. Pack stuff is really crazy though. The cooldown from this. So I really don't need to shoot with this build if I don't want to, but I want to, so I do. A license to operate that dump truck. Devastator really do be like slamming a dump truck into enemies. Marshall set putting in work on that run. Oof. Sleeping with that dumpy? Yeah, Sora. It claps when I do it. Marshall sets just ties? Yeah. But I still find that more interesting than, Seismic Commander, because I spent so long running Seismic Commander, I'm just like, I'm over it. Okay, let's do a trial. Got a Slam and Sand with no element? Yeah, it can be poison or non-elemental. I can't speak. Look. Hey Don, how you doing?
Tuma thought these pharaohs were following some primal instinct, but to where? Is father's power drawing them? Is it drawing me?
A barbecue lurk here and there. Sounds good. I'm gonna bring back food. Gotta buff my on a normal playthrough. Oh no. That's... Rip that playthrough. As soon as you get ways to sustain that, it's over. Come on, game. You can do it. You don't need to be choppy. I believe in you. Yeah, part of this July 2022 drive to be the month of Quag getting the bag is I intend to be entirely unreasonable about purchasing PC upgrades. Anomaly power is stored in the balls, whereas firepower is stored also in the balls, Epic. There's a lot of secret compartments in the balls. Balls of anomaly power and balls of firepower as well. How you doing, Epic? Hey, Viper, can we have a shout out for Epic, please? Thank you. What's stored in the head? The balls. The balls are stored in the head. How's you doing well, Rohit? How you doing? Don't you silence me. I don't shoot guns. I don't know what to do for 3 seconds while I can't do that, other than swap weapons. Just want to do an AP build. Check to see if you got the necessary stuff in the balls. I don't know what you mean. You gotta filter out the FP to get 2 balls. So, I've never actually done a firepower build in this game for more than like 10 minutes. I just always play anomaly power because, in terms of looter shooters, ability-based gameplay is always what I find most interesting. Because you can shoot in all of them, but you can't turn yourself into a rock and sprint in people's face in all of them, right? It's something called orange chicken, which I did for years now. I didn't know it's an actual thing. That is a thing, yeah. Come on, PC, you can do it. I got unstuck on him. That's not supposed to happen. Now you're supposed to like dodge things here, but I just like sitting in the iframes from Grav Leap instead of doing that. Does that make me a bad person? Yes? Okay, I figured it did.
Quiet, underground spot for the father to plan his whatever madness he had in mind.
Straight to my face, down horrendous, directly to just the horny supermax. No more rapid fire, no more. You've horned your last knee. Leave my knees alone. Admit it, Viper. You at least had a pained smile at reading that. That's just how these things go. is another really fun room. I really like this one because the first time I went in here, they killed me, like, immediately. Don't exactly know if I'm leveling up correctly so far. The AP level grind from fresh characters has been rough. Can't clear the utmost apocalypse levels with my current gear unless I unlock my gear up to knuckle caps that like how they want to do it. Should I just look at? I don't know how the progression works out for a playthrough now, because apocalypse tiers are kind of new. It's a new thing with World Slayer. The way I did my story stuff is I just kind of kept my gear as up to date as I possibly could. And then for the final boss of the story, I just dropped it to World Tier 1 because I was impatient. And then got into endgame and just slowly progressed up from there, keeping my gear as up to date as I possibly could. It was a slow grind. I did have trouble at a few points, but one of the things they highlighted in some pre-World Slayer media posts they did was that progression was a little uneven. Like, you deal with areas where, you know, challenge tiers and world tiers working independently of each other was weird. And then there's also just sometimes random spikes from enemies would make it seem like you're being one-shot, but it's just everyone deciding to hit you for a big kick of damage at once. So if their intentions were, if their designs were realized there, I should say, then hopefully that's a little better. But yeah, you'll reach a point where keeping up your gear with the story gets a little difficult. Trying to think, I might have done firepower primarily for my first playthrough, because there's a couple bosses where some abilities don't quite play nicely with them. You're kind of forced to pick on play. It's like I'm unlocking APOC 10 by barely being on 9. There's no way I'm clearing AP 10 with level 43 gear I have. Right. 8 to 11 was about where people had trouble before World Slayer. That tracks. That makes some sense. Fresh character's been rough. I'm sorry to hear. I do want to go through on a fresh character. I have plans to go through on a Technomancer and do that, so we'll have to compare experiences. Maybe there's some tricks to it that some of the more hardcore Outriders players know. I'm very casual when it comes to this game. Did a level skip to World Slayer. Said follow up your previous message. Difficulty feel like the base entirely around people already using a full legendary set build. Could be. Could be that. Turning them to yellow rectangles at times. Yeah, that's what Endless Mass does. It encases the enemy I target in some rock, makes them bleed, and then pulls nearby enemies to them. And then my armor set bonus makes it so any enemies I've affected with that ability share some of the damage I deal with weapons and anomaly damage between them. So I group up enemies and they all start sharing damage and I spam AoEs on them. It's quite satisfying. He did lance the throwing hammer in the water, now I can't get the shield. Oh no.
Tuma said the father
Maybe
built a
save quitting
palace over his
fixes that?
passage.
Maybe.
Find his throne room. I can probably find the entrance.
Love they give you the option to start a new character level 30 post story immediately. They give you like not much gear, 1 blue item per slot, and they spend some skill points. It's real rough to start with. The way I see it is that's just them making something that wasn't officially a feature. Like what you could do before, and I have a couple characters that did this. If you just join a friend who's on the last story mission, and you're just in the game when they kill the last boss, you just get to that story point. Like, you have access to nothing in the story except for that final area, and you can do expeditions and stuff. A lot of people did that just to get access to mules.
What the hell are... Yeah, right back at you.
Awkward thing about a martial build is that Endless Mass spends large amounts of time being completely irrelevant. You're against enemies that are immune to it, and there's no ads. Luckily, Boulderdash is goated. There we go. Sounds like a good plan. Just want to get a legendary set and climb. Yeah, you can... So, a fresh character that goes through the story like that, the minimum gear level you can get from Tiago's vendor is level 35. So you can get a full set of legendaries level 35 with, like, just having a friend and transferring around some loot. Salvaging one thing to turn into a currency, to turn to another currency, to buy a thing.
Now to find the throne room.
Bit of an indirect process, but it's a thing you can do. I don't feel like doing either of those.
Looks like Father's throne room. Should be pretty impressive once.
Oh, something I want to mess around with more. There's an armor mod that makes an anomaly bomb when you roll. So I could add rolling as an outlet of damage in this build, and that just sounds like a good time. I tried it out briefly, and the cooldown's kind of long, the damage isn't fantastic. I couldn't quite justify it. But I think, now that I've gotten a couple upgrades since then, maybe it'll work out. Because, like, situations like this, I group enemies up, and I roll while I wait for the pull to happen. I didn't pass Watch Father or watch Stranger Things decisions. Don't kill me, but I never quite got into Stranger Things. I watched the first season and was like, oh, okay. And then never cared enough to continue watching. Hey Diamonds, how you doing? Good to see you. Burn the witch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not as cultured as you, chat. What do you want from me? Same thing happened with my boyfriend shows and always for everyone. Yeah, it's one of those things I can acknowledge is good. I don't care about it, if that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe once it's all said and done, I go through the whole thing. Never watched Stranger Things either, it's just something I never have time to give a shit about. Yeah, there's only so much time, and my show backlog is already so congested. Anywho, burn the witch. Tell you about a house? You did! Congrats on that again, by the way. Also, how's Outriders treating you? It's treating me great. I'm really enjoying World Slayer. Really, really enjoying. And I'm happy to spread the love for it. We got drops on right now, so you can earn some stuff in-game just by watching. I'm giving away a copy of the game with expansion in about an hour. And we're just vibing, having a good time.
That's supposed to be a tumor?
Say I'm rather enjoying the actual content. Yeah, the thing with this game is through ups and downs and everything, it's always had really good core gameplay.
All the stories she told
Any
about her.
things that I've wanted to see resolved with this game have always been just barriers to playing, and they've been pretty good about resolving those.
This is in English.
Like the core gameplay of this game is really fun.
Not Monroy, his people never got out of the desert. These
Heard a lot of negativity around it. I actually kind of like it. I've seen some negativity too. I honestly still ascribe that to people just being determined to find flaws with things without really giving them a chance. This is one of those games that I wasn't overly interested in it at first, but then I played it. I really gave it the time of day, and I was like, hang on, this is sick.
This must be Father's secret passage. No one else has been passed here in 1,000 years.
Out of range. Good job, me. This guy's such a jerk. You always try to find things they hate on in games. Yeah, people are just so determined not to enjoy things. It's wild to hear your realtor say you only had to pay 20k over. Yeah, that's... ugh. Ugh. Is that all great? Depending on the context, that could be a lot or a little, but there is no context where that's not a lot to me. Hope they have a patch that tones down this boss's ground effects a bit. Yeah, I think that's fair, Wesley. Like that first AoE when you first bubble him, for some setups, that's undodgeable. For me, if I time it really well, I can boulder dash through it and not get hit, but for some setups, it's just like actually undodgeable. And then there's the fact that you lose a lot of time to dodging circles in this part. Get staggered once, you can almost not recover. Yeah. Notice that pretty much every boss in the expansion does its attacks constantly, like seeing that they're low the radius or at a cooldown on those attacks. With a couple of them, the circles are a little misleading too. Like with the Arbiter guys, it's just a ton of red lines and circles. Yeah, some of those don't actually like mean anything. Some of those are just showing the trajectory of an attack rather than where it's hitting. If that makes sense? So like you can just kind of run through it and not get hit. It's a little clarity in the visual effects would be nice. What? We'll say what I'm doing here is fun. And maybe this is touching the part of my brain that still stands Guardian takedown, but this bit, I like. Objective-based gameplay. It's fun for me. Maybe a gradient effect to show where the effect starts and where it ends. That could be a good solution, yeah. Didn't want to stop charging that, but those guys hurt. I'm a one who do not have an extra 20k sitting around. Yeah. That's a big move. Nice dodge, my guy. Hey Glorzo. Hey Harp. How you doing? Yeah, chasing this boss is super satisfying. Oh yeah. Like this feels like a raid. Like a classic MMO raid type of encounter. Cover's full. I'm frozen. Okay. Hey Rabbit. Got off phone boss, HR, if we fully healed doctor yourself there, can't return back to work, be transferred to the HQ, work there either. Gotta focus on recovery then. I suppose they figure you can't work if you're dead. Focus on your health. And don't cook. That's not good for your health. You cooking specifically. Dead, I don't have to work, and I get sick pay. I don't know about that second bit. Would maybe. Shit, I don't know. Not my area of expertise. Do we know any mediums that specialize in workman's comp? You've heard of sick pay. How about death pay? It gave me a pretty big ouchie there. Are you a comic book main character, Diamonds? You sound like a colorful individual. Oh, that was a joke. I thought you were serious. Oh yeah. So I don't know what this space is. Ow, ow, stop shooting me. Holy. Please stop shooting me? I couldn't teleport. Oof. Oof. That's a death. Just out of range. I should have done Endless Mass, and then tried to leap. Oh well. Dev can die? There was nothing to heal off of. Hey, Frizz. Dev can die. Oh no. What are these punchlines? Behave. It's a family stream. It's not. I assume that was a joke, Thermal, in reference to some current events stuff. I'm just not gonna touch that. So this week, coming up is going to be painful for me. I won't be on any medication. And what bad health decisions will you be making? Will you be going on a trip somewhere? Eating something terrifying? Cooking? Seriously, I cannot stress enough, chat. Rabbit should never be allowed to cook. It's just, it's not something that humanity should allow. We need to band together as a species and just stop that from happening. Be in bed watching Suits. See, that's perfectly healthy. I'm gonna try something here. The more rude this game is, in terms of putting destroyers in sightlines like that, the more I'm just gonna use grab leap iframes in as toxic a manner as possible. Charts on why rabbits shouldn't cook. Are they the nutrition facts on the side of any food product? Seen pictures of my steaks and chips. Allegedly yours. You like your steak cooked for 2 hours? Yeah. Rabbit either puts it on the grill for 10 seconds or forgets it in the oven for 3 hours. There's no in between. That was pizza, that's different. Oh, I'm sorry. That's my bad. How do you forget about pizza? Being rabbit. They're making me big ouchie. I don't like the big ouchie. I would prefer no ouchie. You go out of your way just to make Vanguard in this? You know it, Steve. You know it. So fucking proud of you. Thank you, thank you. I'm frozen. Terrible time to be frozen. Doesn't look correct, gamer. You don't constantly get health gated. Yeah, you do constantly get health gated in this game sometimes. It's just not happening to me right now, but that is something that happens in this game. That is a thing. How you doing, Lucos, dude? Rune, good to see you. And Thermal, I hope you're well. Ow. Being real rude to me right now. Just play techno. I don't wanna. I do wanna. I am gonna play techno. But not yet. And you get health gains like a proper. Also, yeah, I'm still not totally sure what happens if it finishes, like, a bunch of these casts. No idea. Probably shouldn't try to find out, but I am curious. I, Quag, wholeheartedly believe in all cooking skills at Mr. Rabbit has. He's never once made a dish which I personally did not like the looks of. Cannot wait for the day when I can meet Rabbit and let him cook dinner for me. That is my true dream come true. Alright. Twitter's gonna be very confused. I will make this happen. There you go, Rabbit. I feel dirty. Hey, hold DPS check and it's a white mechanic. Some devs love white mechanics. I wouldn't mind a white mechanic. I thought it was initially.
Father must have
But then I just didn't die when it got one cast off. I was like,
He
oh,
was consumed by his visions, the past and future.
Love you all these guns and fancy abilities and you decide to just tackle things. It's so fun.
My God.
Like, Devastator is actual Giga Chad class. It's like, you've got Pyromancer who has all these creative ways of using fire. Devastator's like, I have rocks and I hit things. That's it. That's it. That's all you do. You run into things, you jump into things, you punch things, you slam things, you hit the ground to make it shake.
Galaxies away from Earth. What else?
You put rocks on you in different ways. It's just rocks. Yep, rock.
Holy shit, look at all these creatures. But they're not moving. Huh. Almost peaceful.
How the Juggernaut kind of play style.
Was it fun
Yeah.
building a goddamn army in some kind of stasis? For what?
Hey kitty, how you doing? Good to see ya. Hey, Lazy. Lazy, I'm a Boulderdash enthusiast. It's so fun. All the things you can do in this game, and I decided to run into enemies for... Was that 20 million? Cool. Charge. Also, what's a cooldown? I do not understand the concept. what you doing? You know they announced that that thing, like the ad incentive thing. Yeah, I'm totally doing that. I'm collecting the bag this month. Damn it, Viper. Nah, I was about to do it. Thank you, Viper, for gifting a sub to Lazy. I appreciate it. Lazy, enjoy the stuff and things. Lazy is now an add-in, yes. No cooldown for Punch and stuff. So, like, Punch definitely, technically has a cooldown, but it's rarely, like, actually relevant. Because the animation's long enough.
She's just a girl and she's
They're
on
still
fire.
not moving.
Eagle quack.
If they were guarding something, they'd be waking up by now. Maybe I'm not the threat they were meant for. Not that I'm complaining. Think I'll keep quiet all the same.
Side note, I'm not entirely sure what the mechanics of this boss that we're about to do even are. I just run at him a lot.
This place. It must have been drawing them all here. Answering some call to join Father's army. How many of Enoch's creatures are being lured by this place?
Something about this animation is
by
funny to me.
Father.
I don't know why.
Shit. What if this is where all the big guys were on the move to?
Barbecue's delicious. Ooh, glad to hear.
Yeah, whatever. It's time to die. Even if you have to wait for your time.
Cool. Disappointed this boss, just the earlier boss again. Yeah. Pretty sleeper. A little bit. So I don't know much about this. We farming a mission for stuff right now. This is the new activity. The Trial, which is, it's effectively the final story mission of the expansion, but crafted as an endgame activity. And you've got a couple branching paths and some side areas you can do for additional loot. And it's just like a super expedition. Funeral pyre is tempting. The Judgment Enforcer on a bolt action seems like wise. I already have a better Anomaly Visage somewhere. And Snow Squall isn't like good. I guess I take this. Interrupts only saw him summon ads once. Thanks, Wesley. Yeah, Boulderdash is really good at that. Like, I don't know if this is a known thing, but even during non-interruptible things, Boulderdash, you can't be interrupted, so if something would move you, it moves them. It's Unstoppable force, immovable object type shit. Inventory management. The bane of my existence in any game ever. Bear with me one moment. Hey, Pupty. How you doing? Ultimate Paragon and Death Proof is pretty good. My cat is snoring very loudly right next to me. See him there? He's snoring. Bannerlords with reflect bullets. I guess because that's higher level, I'll keep that one. Okay. Another day, another fear. Oh, I'm sorry. How am I? I'm doing pretty okay. Think about it, inventory management simulator would sell really well. Most successful games have it. You're not incorrect.
There's no way out of here. Not until I catch whatever.
They have standalone
else
character
leading me
creators.
deeper.
How long before we get standalone
Whatever's pulling me under
inventory
this city,
management things?
could
Like,
be
there's
all
no
the
game, it's
answers.
just moving stuff.
to everything.
Skip the cutscene and the credits and stuff. I did die once, because, poor leap timing. That was still a good run. Didn't do much side stuff. Of my 1.8 bill, 736 mil of it was Boulderdash. Boulderdash goated. It's so fun. I love Boulderdash. Okay, let's see what else we got. Do you have anything of interest here? Restoration? No thanks. Death Proof with Spike Forest. If that was on Seismic Commander or Bannerlord, that'd be cool, but Death Proof? No. No thank you. I'll not spend on that Mythos. No, I really do like Mythos. Sometimes you learn stuff about your body, it's not normal. Apparently, like, oh shit, and you realize you have to get checked out. Pain. Wishing the best. I'm sorry for the endless flood of garbage you have to deal with. Sounds fun. Violent Rupture with Ravenous Locust. Gotten rusty with Outriders. Haven't been able to finish an expedition since coming back. It can take a bit for the muscle memory to kick back in. It can take a bit. Do a chem plant. haven't gotten a World Slayer item from Tiago yet. You might have to, like... I don't know, because I tried on some side characters, and I got one Apocalypse item, but it wasn't a World Slayer item. There might be some flag you need to get certain a certain length into the story. Get certain far. I can't speak clearly. I need more coffee. Cool. Died slightly faster than I was expecting. Enjoying Blightfire, working on maximizing it. I want to do some Blightfire Devastator. I need to get World Slayer gear on a Techno, which is the main hurdle. I couldn't tell because they were slowed.
Damn it. More of them.
I want that Toxic Skull mod for my Techno. I've really been enjoying it. It's so nice, because it's just constant damage. It's good status application. It's got great range. Scales with Anomaly. Is it on crits? Just on hits. Which mod?
All I'm missing is
Noxious Spawns. 3-second cooldown, successful shot.
whatever that thing is. That's just safely.
Constant damage? How dare you?
Whoa.
Yeah, that matches your blueprints for the plant. The elevator should lead to the heart of the facility.
Oh, crap.
For Dimensional Rocks is a decent mod. I haven't tried that one out yet. It's on crits, so that's why I haven't tried it yet, because LOL, me aiming for a crit spot. Good joke. That was a really good boulder dash. That was pretty smooth. So question about Blightfire. I don't know if you know the answer to this, Pico. Does it still count as toxic for any purposes? It's entirely its own beast. Anyone else is free to answer that as well. What I've seen, Blightfire and Toxic are separate. One of the mods from the set mentions them separately. Okay.
Shira, about those energy spikes?
Asking for the purpose of,
The
like,
insurgents had a functioning power cell down here.
toxic effectiveness boosts and stuff like that.
I'll see if
Although, if
Zahir
Blightfire's
takes a look
damage is
at it.
based off of
And found a
toxic,
pod
then
down
like
here.
it's
You saved some lives
off of
today
the
up
toxic
there.
that caused it, then it's
I
fine.
would
It
expect
still
nothing
works.
less from you.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
I don't know how effectively test. Yeah. I don't have any insight into testing Outriders things. Beyond the simple stuff. Very casual in this game. Marshall beat out Boulderdash. That's a rare one. frontline? More frontline. More Molten Depths. I'm doing Molten Depths. Almost Apocalypse 25. The grind to high Apocalypse levels is definitely a grind. I imagine people are getting the most XP for it doing just co-op speedruns of the trial or something. But it's definitely a grind. I don't mind though. Long-term progression's kind of my jam.
I'm at the location, though. Nothing here but the local wildlife.
You'll need to find another way in.
Ice looks pretty thick. All right, I'm in. But starting to lose feeling in my toes. Brr.
Could always hop in some lava. Expect that'll warm you up real quick.
You know, I could probably survive that. It wouldn't be as pleasant as you make it sound.
That was a very satisfying chunk of gameplay. Done with Wonderlands for a few days, put in over 50 hours the last 2 weeks, haven't been able to get a single piece of gear. It's a direct upgrade to what I've got. Gonna let the bunnies chill and time out while they think about their stinginess, fuckers. Yeah, it's understandable, it makes it been. Yesterday's stream, I spent the entire time farming the featured. Got no White Riders I cared for. No Twin Souls I particularly cared for. We did get a couple of Banshees that are technically upgrades, but very marginally. And that's with, what, 6 hours of featured farming? So, yeah. That's just one session. I'd recommend if you're trying to make indirect progress Wonderlands farming, do some soul farming. Get it ready for, weeks 3 and 4 of the mirror. Or just put the game down and play something else for a bit, like Outriders. Where Outriders in the featured? It's in the vendor, Viper. It's in the vendor. So doing the featured gets you to it. I haven't done yet today. I haven't done Archways yet today. I like that one. I like Archways, I like Time One Square. Those are fun ones. Riding this wave of frustration to Rocket League where it belongs. I am not nearly good enough at video games to be a Rocket League player. More power to you. You'd say Outriders, including the new DLC, is worth it. Is it anything similar to enjoyment one may get from Remnant? Want to pick it up for myself, somebody else? Want to know if it would be worth it in your opinion? I'd say it hits a lot of the same points as Remnant, actually. Especially the ability, the style of ability-based gameplay. You use them a lot more than you do in Remnant, because obviously on Remnant they're parts of your gun. But similar number of customizable slots for your build. The core difference being this is a class-based game, whereas Remnant kind of presents itself as one initially, but by the time you really get to the meat of the game, it's no longer class-based. More kit-based. I think it's similar enough to Remnant that you guys probably like it. And there's enough flexibility between character classes that you can cover a lot of playstyles. Like, I'm playing the very close quarters, constantly in your face character, but there's a hit and run one, there's a more gun-oriented one, there's pet setups, there's mid-range combatant stuff. There's a lot of options in terms of gameplay here. And it is definitely a very fun co-op game. That was a good boulder dash. Across the entire channel, that was like 15 mil. That was even bigger. It is nice having enough cooldown that I could use Boulder Dash for movement as well. It's marginally faster than sprinting. Basically a one-pump chump. So it's a one-shot reload rifle, but I have 3 weapon mods on it that do a lot of different damage things that are based on my anomaly power. So this isn't a gun build. I don't actually have much damage in my guns at all. It's just my shots trigger a bunch of stuff while holding this gun. And it being a rifle means it has a very precise, fast projectile. And me having a reload after every shot is fine because the weapon mods I'm using are cooldown. So it's a really good delivery system for the things I happen to roll on it. Less the gun and more the things I have on the gun. So much cooler than sprinting. True, Steve. True. People happy sounds fun, especially something to like. I like stuff a lot. I'm not very brainy about it all, but I like testing a lot of stuff for fun and enjoying stuff. It's definitely not the best. Oh yeah, this game definitely has that covered. Like, the stuff you're seeing me do right now is nowhere near the first string stuff you can do on Devastator. It's just stuff I find enjoyable, and it's clearly more than viable enough. I'm doing pretty well for myself. Got Star Citizen maybe 3 to 4 years ago. I've still not played because the space gameplay ages. Star Citizen. Is it worth going after a build in 1 or 2 levels of below max Apocalypse here? That kind of depends on how fast you're progressing, Trevan. So, like, it takes a while to get through the Apocalypse tiers, and having a cohesive build together before you get to those later ones does give you an advantage starting out. So, like, obviously I'm nowhere close to 40. I'm on 24 right now, close to 25. But I have this build in a place where I know what kinds of upgrades would be relevant to me. So I don't need to spend that time figuring out what to look for. And in theory, I could just pour a ton of resources, anomaly extracts, drop pod resources, titanium, into my existing gear and just bump it up through the levels as I go. So I don't need to find new things, I can use what I've got. Kara hitboxes are so weird. Like, sometimes it'll let me grab leap, sometimes it won't. Sometimes my boulder dash will one-shot him, sometimes it won't. Sometimes I get stuck inside of him, sometimes I don't. Returned Outriders currently on tier 12 now with a great build. They start you out, if you're like tier 15 and well kitted, you start out at tier 16. So I used the same build until like tier 21 from 16, and I just kind of realized I was having fun with Boulderdash, so that's when I switched. But I'll probably stick with Boulderdash until 40.
Outrider detected. Access
Place is
granted.
cleared and the pod is secure.
It's a way to get my content's worth.
Can start recruiting people.
Oh, for Star Citizen? Yeah, rabbit.
Instead of getting murdered by their fellow man.
I think we can do better than that.
If you find something that works for you, no reason not to stick with it.
Half a valley of insurgents, if you must know. Stay in touch, Outrider. Don't get killed.
Okay, in about 8 minutes, we're gonna run the giveaway in the chat. It gives me time for one more expedition. It'll be for a copy of Outriders World's Lair. This is a Steam version of the game, and you'll need to have Twitch Whispers or be a mutual on Discord or Twitter for me to DM you. It'll be in about 8 minutes. This Maxwell set's so busy, like there's so much happening on that card. I need to mess with that at some point. Boomtown. Perfect. Won't take 8 minutes, but be ahead of schedule. Probably go on build in tier 10 for a bit. Yeah, 8 to 11-ish is usually where most people struggle putting together a build. Usually at that point, survivability starts becoming a concern. Conversely, if you're a Devastator, then survivability is almost never a concern. It's usually damage. Early World Slayer balancing, there's definitely some stuff that could probably stand to have some zeros shaved off. So now would be the time to progress, I think. Before some of this stuff gets scaled back. Hey, OGK. Man spitting facts. Absolute truth. Thank you so much for the 18 months. Year and a half. Thank you. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Goddamn poetry. Attack Dimenser, indeed, I'm dying more than I would want. Yeah, so, survivability. Ironing out how you're going to do that, whether it's weapon leech, skill leech, passive healing, a mod that blocks damage completely, something like Sanctuary. There's lots of ways to crack that particular egg. Once you solve that, I think you'll be in a better position to progress. Bugs answered again, shot charging the bullets. Yep. It's the Devastator way. Being Kershaw the meter this morning. Sounds like you. Whoever's doing great today, doing fantastic. Outrider's a ton of fun. Enjoying my build where I sprint into enemies' faces for pleasure and profit.
What the hell is that noise?
Salon man, you're very well. 100k to go. Does the anomaly extract from the drops go straight to your inventory currency? Got all the drops, don't see it. I don't quite know how redeeming that works. Someone else might have more experience with that than I do. I'm not sure. I'll have to test that out on my end as well. The love song for on Twitter? Oh no. Uh-oh.
Alter. Let's play.
Guess I can't endless match. Endless match you instead. Here comes the sus. Slow Boomtown, but fun Boomtown. Alright, let me grab this loot, and we'll start doing that.
The bandit leader's taken care of. Your pass is clear.
So, if you're trying to win
They were
copy of Outriders with World Slayer,
months ago. Thought they'd get an easier time, but Corrigan just posted them right back to the front.
pull up Nightbot. I'm gonna do this giveaway for Nightbot.
Settle down in my territory. Why I gotta suffer for Corrigan being a goddamn idiot, I'll never know.
Okay, keyword will be World Slayer. Type World Slayer in the chat if you want a chance to win. Full copy of the game on Steam plus World Slayer. Gravely put in work that run. Gonna be honest, the more I look at the word world, the more it doesn't look like a real world. Check your Twitter, I'll check my Twitter while people are... Nepsy said a rabbit's fermented cheesecake, chef's kiss. True. I'll listen to that later, but it's staring into my soul. Alright, JBO Cho 44. Are you here? You have won the giveaway. Or it's JB Ocho. I'm unintelligent. JB Ocho. Words are fun. There you are. Okay, all you gotta do is whisper me on Twitch Whispers or Discord if you have me there, or Twitter if you have me there. Twitch Whispers works best, and I will get you the code. Thanks to Square Enix for providing. And thanks to everyone for hanging out. You can still earn drops even if you didn't win the giveaway just by watching. Okay. Inventory management while I wait for that. Has anyone tried the Golem melee stuff? There's a couple mods added that really want you to do Golem, but I haven't tried them out yet. How's the grind? Fun? I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it, Doc Reels. There we go. Okay, code delivered. Let me just update my title and stuff to reflect the giveaway's done. One moment. Okay, back to sprinting in enemies' faces. Archways. I wanted to do archways. Beautiful. Hey Twist, how you doing? Dex, good to see you. And seriously, thank you everyone for hanging out through the stream today. Sorry to those who didn't win. But I hope you are able to experience the game at some point soon, because it's definitely a good time. Definitely a good time. I really enjoy build crafting based games, and this is right up my alley. Hope it's right up yours. If you do plan on purchasing the game, you can do !Outriders, and it'll spit out my affiliate link. It does support me purchasing through that link. Thank you, Square Enix. I hope to do more giveaways for this game at some point soon. This might become a staple, like in the rotation.
Thiago was right about that hum. My teeth are chattering from the vibration.
In terms of other stuff I'll be giving away,
switch over there.
I gotta check scheduling and stuff. This might even be tomorrow. I might do a rare Sunday stream, but I do have some Wonderlands Steam codes to give away, thanks to 2K. Mentioned it a couple times last couple streams, but July is Quag getting the bag month. Lots of sponsors and stuff this month. Gotta head out, parents left propped up, much love. Take it easy, OJK. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Hope parents left as well. Hey, Stone Swan. How are you? There's dot builds in this game. Stone Swan. There's dot builds you could do. There's dot item sets. Yep, dot. Dot builds, you say? Keep saying dot, I'm almost there. Dot, dot, dot. You know, ellipses. That really gets him going.
The gate open.
How's it been going today? It's been going well, Dex. Really enjoying just the progression with this. We are almost to Apocalypse Tier 25. Cool thing about the progression through Apocalypse tiers is you do get some free loot each time you get a new tier. Just get an Apocalypse tiered piece of gear, or Apocalypse slot piece of gear. So, something that's usually pretty relevant. Oh yeah, this is one where I need to stay in there and let them actually come to me. So this is an infamous green men streamer made one. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. And what do you mean famous? Infamous. Now I want to play Infamous. Can they make a new Infamous game, please? That's a hell of a tangent, but the request stands. I almost died. I also roll too much in this game. I don't know why my brain tells me to roll. It's not very reliable, but I do it. Do we get Firefall servers? I don't even know what that is. My life when I was younger. Yeah, I don't think current age me could handle the MMO habits of younger me. I don't think I could keep up. The only reason Black Desert never sucked me back in is because I intentionally nuked my account so it couldn't. And then Star Wars The Old Republic, every once in a while I see it advertised somewhere, I'm like, I could load that up. Like, no, I shouldn't. Not do that. Confirmed yesterday, no new Infamous or Sly Cooper games in development, I am the big sad. Wow, that's a strong statement, saying no. Just no. Oof. Not even maybe we'll announce something, maybe not, just flat no. Oof. Hasn't Sly Cooper been a dead franchise for like 9 years or something now? Wasn't it on a cliffhanger?
There's a storm brewing. I need to hurry.
Black Desert subscription based. It's
triggering the storm?
Last I checked, this was as of early 2019. It's free to play. Well, not free to play. It's buy to play, and then there's subscription options. It's like $10 to buy. It's like the subscription is convenience, but it's stuff that you just don't want to play without. I don't know if the game's changed in a few years, because I know it's changed publishers and branding, but like, it's one of the most wallet-unfriendly games that exists. you missed it, I highly recommend the Zelda Ocarina of Time beta tool assist run. Blew my mind. Maybe I'll check that out. I haven't been keeping up with GTP content as much as I want to. I heard Deceptics did well. I wasn't able to catch it because I'm an old man and I sleep a lot. But for anyone who went out and supported Deceptics, one of our own from the Borderlands community, good on you. I'm glad to see him succeeding, doing big things. Turn people to rocks? Yes, sir. I'm turning people into rocks, and then turning myself into a rock to run into them. This is literally slam rocks together in the class. It's fantastic. Yep, rock. Do I pick up Black Desert? No. I'm telling you, Rabbit, don't do it. The amount of money I spent on that game could probably have bought me a small car over the years that I played that game. Don't do it. You have less self-control than I do. Don't do it. Yes, I remember your CSGO numbers. Don't do it.
Outrider, there's a storm coming your way.
There's a well here. Spewing anomaly energy. It's creating the storm. That's what's causing the vibration.
Outrider
At least I know I
detected.
haven't completely
Access
lost my
granted.
mind. Now get out of there.
I'm out of coffee, and that's sad. I'm sad now. I recently remind myself I don't get addicted to games with money. Yep. Definitely take that as a learning experience. Boulderdash just being most of my damage again. Means I played correctly. Means I didn't get any crazy Marshall stuff, but usually it's Boulderdash or Marshall. If I played really badly, then Gravel Leap wins, but... Yeah, 13 grand in CSGO. Yep. That's Rabbit for you. That is Rabbit. You didn't know about that one? Yeah, that's old news. This is the worst fucking thing that you kept going, knowing how big the total is? You're an interesting human being. I want this Hellboard, because that seems fun. Get Violent Rupture and Ravenous Locust, and then I could just put something else funny on that. I keep buying stuff I don't need, but it sounds so fun. Another one. Same gun with an... Why are you doing this to me, game? I can't... Why are you doing this to me? This scrap grenade on my current weapon could be pretty fun. His first shot after reload is every shot. Fuck it. Blame Lazy for at least 1,000 I spent on the game. Blaming Lazy is always a safe bet. Marshall's Complex? Yeah, let's do a Marshall's Complex. That should unlock Apocalypse 25 for me, and then we can do another trial. You just play this on Xbox and it was rough. Want to play on PC now would be the best way to get back. World Slayer expansion gives you the option to skip the base story, and it'll give you a base game max level character to do the World Slayer content with, so you could get into endgame a lot faster if you do that. So I would say grab a friend, hi, I'm a friend, and use the World Slayer skip. And start gearing up that way. Get back to where you were and farther. You spent $1,000 on a raid, Rabbit? Understandable. I spent money on that game, just don't remember how much. Wasn't that much though. And 3 accounts. You're an interesting human being. Honestly though, raid unironically fun. Can't knock it. Fun game. That's the most Devastator moment ever. Like, I waited for the cooldown for my leap instead of going around and using the intended method of getting around the maps. I don't even know where most stairs in maps are because Devastator. Speed rate, this is Get the Bag month, it is. Might have news on that shortly. I gotta do some correspondence after stream. It's hard budgeting time for all this stuff and trying to keep my my stream healthy in terms of, you know, when you do sponsors and you play different games than the one you're known for, it can impact your long-term retention, so I'm being super careful about it. And I am also picky, and I only promote things that I actually, you know, like. But I unironically like raids. It's a fun second monitor thing to have going. Pay $100 to play EVE Online. I don't know if that's a good deal or not. Anyone play EVE? Is Rabbit scamming me?
Looks like they were collecting corpses. Any ideas why?
They're insurgents, so reasons range from a spot of the munchies to...
Didn't you sell your Eve stuff for like 14k? Ah, so your stuff from Eve recouped your losses from CSGO? Well done. Actual stonks. You don't talk like you are advanced. Are you still mad about helium control? Excuse me, grab leap, please. You made me actually hit a crit. That's not acceptable. This is not a gun. Making me have healthy gameplay loops. I was never mad. That's precious and you're a treasure. Credit to J-Bridge for that one.
Damn. This place reeks.
You've come to the wrong place!
Some clown just locked me in with a bunch of local wildlife. Lots of bodies in here, too.
You think those bodies are food for those creatures? The insurgents were keeping them alive?
Maybe.
If you're going to die in there, can you let me know so I don't waste any more time on this damn radio?
Hey Shybots, how you doing? Long time no see. Hope you're well. I assume you're playing World Slayer. You enjoying it? Rabbit's being creepy again. Rabbit, stop being you. Be yourself applies to anyone except for you. I'd say poor Rabbit, but I know better. Doing very well, been playing a bit, been super busy, just moved to New Jersey a month ago and got a promotion, haven't had enough free time to dive in too deep. Hey, well, good kind of busy, sounds like. Happy for you. Sounds like things have been going well.
They're a way across.
Most likely. Well, you'll have to wade your way through the bullshit.
Yeah. We know the feeling.
I don't see how, ex-marshal, when your legs don't work, you would just float on top of the bullshit like a log.
Both of you. Clear the damn radio.
Oh, thanks for the teleport, I guess? That's actually convenient. Gotta head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Keep on rocking my world. Do my best. simply a Boulderdash enjoyer making his way in the world. Is Dev your favorite? Yeah. How have I been? I've been great. Wonderland's content cycle's been treating me well. I've had some good channel growth. The community's growing. I've had cool opportunities to do cool things. Outriders is great. Once again, thanks Square Enix for setting me up with the affiliate link and the copy and the giveaway and everything. That's been cool. Just, things are good. Things are good. I'm on that grind currently. That PC upgrade I've been dragging my feet on and almost pulled the trigger on a couple months ago, I decided I'm just going to use July to make as much as I possibly can towards getting as good a PC as I possibly can for the good of the stream. So July is a super sweaty, try-hard streamer month. But fortunately, I'm also in a position where I'm able to be picky and play things that I like, such as this. Lego Star Wars. I can't read the rest of that, but good for you, Blueface. Remnant, still worth playing it even if I only base game? Yes, Remnant's great. That was such a fast clear for those enemies. Holy. That was satisfying. Endless Mass is so fun. Hope you're all doing great, Higgy Brit. Doing great. Still give me the base game too? Yes. Full game plus World Slayer. The beauty of getting Boulderdash stuck on a target. Satisfying. So shut up, take my money. I will not shut up, but thank you for the support. Ever saw the camcorder style cutscenes in this game? Hated the effect, too shaky. Yeah, it's less shaky in World Slayer. It is less shaky.
Oh, and offer remains on the table. I need a new second.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
I think I'll hold on to my spoiled.
There's some things from the original, not in a bad way. Less chapters for each episode. They've added so much.
Guys been playing the
Hey, Mitch, holy cow, someone's not a techno. Techno's popular right now. I assume the AP techno shenanigans have spread. Yeah, I've been Devastator player since I first picked up the game. Dabble in Pyro. Tiny bit of techno. Techno's the next one I want to learn, but honestly seeing the popularity just makes me want to dig more into dev. Yeah, I played Devastator and I try to be weird with it. Boulderdash, using a rifle, just being weird. Welcome. These graphics cards have gone down a bit since the crypto crash. Very true, hot sauce. I'm hoping that helps me out. Imagine not summoning infinite volcanoes, but I can summon infinite gravity wells and run into them. That's pretty good, too. AP Turret Techno is like 99.9% of streamers. Oof. I expect that'll get tuned soon. Boulderdash is where it's at, though. Boulderdash is neuron activation. want to do some stuff with twice as hot, but I'm not really getting good stuff when I do get it on Apocalypse tiered gear. Play Pyro. There's only one Pyro that streams Chadley. Above you, a couple lines above, Lazy Data. He also streams Outriders from time to time. Plays Pyro. You gotta drop him a follow. But yeah, Chadley's great. He's a solid dude too. Highly recommend anything either of them make content-wise. That's a really cool weapon skin. Shame I don't really use pump shotties. I have more titanium than I need. Sell some for drop pod resources. Kinda interesting how I've never watched a Star Wars movie, enjoy the game, so I have no intention of watching the films. I think that's a testament to the success of the game if it can stand on its own like that. Claim that reward. What do we get? Vortex. Not familiar with that one. What you do? Oh, this is the Death Ray one. Oh wait, no, this isn't the Death Ray one. This is the Slashing Twister one. I got Slashing Twister somewhere else. I got it in the APOC slot on a Death Shield. But it got Death Ray in there. That sounds fun. So wait, is it just aiming down sights that forms the beam? Do you not need to shoot? Hey son, how you doing? Oh yeah, you just aim. That's so cool. That's so cool. What? That's awesome. I would want that on not a sniper rifle, I think, because I don't want to do this in a scope, but I'm not shooting. I'm just looking, and it does this. That's so cool. I like that. I like that a little too much. What can I do with that information? You know, Star Wars content I watched with Clone Wars? Clone Wars is sick. Gotta pick this back up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna scrap this just to get that Death Ray mod. But, like, where am I putting that? I don't... Maybe I wait. I'll wait. But that's so cool. On Devastator, I'm not exactly gonna sit there and have time to aim often. But it's so cool. I'm easily amused. Yeah, go back to that. Alright, trial time.
Tuma thought these pharaohs were following some primal instinct, but To where? Is Father's power drawing them? Is it drawing me?
Maybe we do a full clear this time, like do all the side rooms. I didn't do it last time. I really need to update my my shotgun. It's still level 50, the one I'm using Moaning Winds and Rad Splash on. So the damage is not significant anymore. It's spinning idly. Thank you for the 2 months.
Hi, Quag. Is Outriders as difficult for solo players as some reviewers say?
So first of all, thank you again for the 2 months, I appreciate it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily directly difficult as a solo player. Some aspects of progression could be considered a little bit difficult. So like, you might hit a point where, efficiently clearing to gear up for your next Apocalypse tier gets tough. And I would say at that point, that's when you lower your Apocalypse tier and grind out the lower one. But other than that, all of the content itself is accessible for solo players, with the exception of, I guess, the Eye of the Storm expedition, but that's not worth doing even in a group anyway, so, like, whatever. Most of my playtime with this game is solo, and I play it quite regularly. This is my main off-stream game, and I happen to be streaming it today. So I don't really have any complaints, but I've seen some valid feedback. I would say reviewers are exaggerating, though there's a kernel of truth to progression being a little difficult in some situations. Is there one build to rule them all, or are they all good? There's lots of builds. The build I'm playing right now is, like, totally just fun and, like, it's not optimal. I'm just using things that I thought would be fun together. This is not even close to what a meta Devastator looks like. You got lots of wiggle room. One thing that World Slayer did for builds in this game is introduce a lot of extra ways of getting damage. And more ways of dealing damage means more wiggle room for how you build.
Trapped down here all this time, big guy. Yaktaru Hitaru? Kitare!
Diversity. Next, may give it a try if I can peel myself off Wonderlands. Understandable. It took me a whole 3 months plus a week to stream anything that wasn't Wonderlands. So I get you. Yeah, if you're looking to purchase the game, !Outriders will give you my affiliate link, where purchasing through that does give you the World Slayer expansion, and it supports me. That's there anytime, no time frame on that. More resistance. I want resistance there because I've been experimenting with my class stuff and I have less than I did. I think I actually need to pay attention to ammo with this gun. Delete your tweet. Hey, Jack. Spawn camping with Boulderdash might be a little toxic. Mario Kart would possibly go wrong. Everything. Dedicates 24-hour stream time scrolling through the pictures in the Hades. So that sounds like a great way to get banned from Twitch based on what I know about the Hades fandom and what I know about myself. Morning, Psycho Daddy. How you doing? How goes the man? It goes great. We're going through Apocalypse tiers. We're on A25 now. Just boulder dashing our way to victory. Just look at the carnage. Oh, that's so... Ooh. I feel the need to apologize. Lots of people hitting the spawn. Is this the loot cave from Destiny? No, this is just one of the rooms in this room of the trial. Just an optional side area, and that's where enemies come from during that phase of it, just every time. Fixed spawns. Still trying to finish story playthrough. I enjoyed the story of World Slayer. I wasn't going with high expectations, but I still was, I had a good time. It was a palatable length. And I mentioned this earlier, but this is non-spoiler. Something I really do like about this is a game world with an extremely powerful player character. But they do a good job of making the character still feel that powerful. Like, your character in cutscenes is ridiculously strong. It's cool to see. Rooms in this room. Oh, lazy. Character's fucking badass. Yeah, it's so cool. And it's consistent. There's never that moment, you all know the one, you played a game where they do this, where your character just forgets how to, like, be a functional, existing being for a cutscene. Nah, it doesn't happen in this game. In this game, your character's like, alright, you're weaker than me. I'ma prove it. Like, they know, yeah. Nails look really good. Ooh, I'm glad. Honestly, a 24-hour stream could be just Hades gameplay. I'm probably gonna play some Hades during the 24, Moo Girl. Part of the plan. Oh, you're dead. Okay. So Doomslayer. That makes some afternoon coffee while Outriders downloads. Let's go, Dex. What class you leaning towards? Did you look into any of them? Did 11 hours in Hades on Christmas. Nice. Never a bad time for 11 hours of Hades. Is there an option to create an already max level character in World Slayer? Yes, it does. Yes. When you are creating the character, it will ask which point you want to start at. Either go through like the full game, including the tutorial, or it'll allow you to skip the tutorial, or it will allow you to start with World Slayer. So you get 3 options for starting points. Decided to replay the whole story before doing World Slayer and missed Outriders? Yeah. I considered doing that, but I just don't have the time. I'm glad we have the option to do it as before, and the option to skip. More options for more people. That's always good game design.
The city's army must have been unstoppable.
Made Heavy and Trickster and did some Technomancer before. Nice. Yeah, as a couple people have come in and mentioned, Techno is top of the world right now. Doing some very crazy stuff. But Devastator's doing very well. I've consistently played Devastator the whole time. It's cool to see Devastator having some damage highlights on top of the whole can't die thing. I keep going to drink this. It's been empty for a while. Never messed with AP Techno. It's like the flavor at the moment, apparently, Brucey. I very briefly saw a clip, and from stream titles I've seen, it's a thing. Techno stronger than Seismic Commander Dev. I have no idea how the two stack up against each other. I know Seismic Commander Dev is also crazy right now. I don't know how the two compare, but AP Techno is doing some very interesting things, like 2-second boss kills, same kind of stuff Dev is doing. I couldn't accurately tell you which one is stronger, but both seem cool. Huh. Entering cover creates a force field that increases the damage of you and your allies' bullets that pass through by 25%. I wouldn't really use that on Seismic Commander, but that's still interesting? Okay. About the nerf Technomancer. Firepower Techno is, at least the Firepower Techno stuff people were doing is, like, weaker, I've been told. But remember, anytime there's balancing, when there's changes to an existing thing and also new stuff introduced, people will jump to the first thing saying, oh, this got nerfed, it's not good anymore, without accounting for the fact that there's new stuff. So I would take any complaints of nerfs in like the first week of any builds type update in any of these kinds of games. I would take the first week of complaints with a bag of salt, not just a grain, a bag of salt. Because more often than not, it's people going up to higher difficulty levels, without trying any of the new stuff. Not always, but more often than not. Like, they technically nerfed Devastator, but they also buffed Devastator more than they nerfed Devastator. Like, they nerfed the, increased damage when under a status, mods. That includes the bonus to bleeding enemies one, which, like, every dev ran. So technically that's a nerf, but we also got a bunch of other tools, you know? So it worked out to being stronger. Sonic Frontiers looks a game that exists. I feel like it's gonna turn into Sonic 06. I wouldn't wish that on any game. have any preference between first-person, third-person shooters? I find myself tending to prefer first-person, but, like, I couldn't give an actual reason for that. I just happen to play more first-person. And in games that have the option for both, like Fallout, for example, I will tend to just prefer first-person. I don't really know why. I like that room a lot. It's a lot of fun.
Power the father wielded. I've no doubt his
You're rewarded cool introduction for every enemy you kill for the Superman dive. Sorry, I forgot what it's called. Yeah, so what I'm running right now, Ice King, is in my PAX tree. Every enemy damaged by a kinetic skill reduces ongoing cooldown of my other kinetic skills by 1 second up to 4. So I hit 4 enemies, I get 4 seconds back on any of those that are unavailable. And because of how I've spec'd this tree and my gear, look at my skills. My base cooldowns are 6.3 seconds, 3.5 seconds, and 6.2 seconds. So I hit 3 enemies, this is back. I hit 4 enemies, this is only 2 second cooldown. I hit 4 enemies, this is only 2 second cooldown, and this one even has 2 charges. So I basically have infinite activations as long as I rotate these properly. And damage dealt by 1 will increase damage of the next one with a downtime of 1 ability, depending on how I time it. So I don't actually have to shoot here in some situations, it's just more optimal to leave it in. I definitely have more cooldown than I need. Optimizing this, I would have less, and I would just fill the time with juggling weapons more.
Tuma said the father built a palace over his passage. Find his throne room. I can probably find the entrance.
Early gaming was on Doom and Bioshock. Perhaps that's why I find third-person shooters a little bit off-putting. Yeah, it makes sense, makes sense. I'm trying to think of my first shooter I ever played was Halo 2.
These were gardens.
So yeah.
Maybe. Would have been nice to see this place.
Actually, no, it was the first Halo. My first online one I played was Halo 2. So either way, it was a Halo game. Maybe that started my predisposition towards first person. I'm frozen. Got all my drops. Let's go, man. I'm glad I could help provide. Lance games only further cemented that. Understandable. I did play a lot of Gears of War, 1 and 2 in particular. I didn't really care for 3. I played some 4, never touched 5. And I did play Judgment. Shed. Innovative gameplay. Not everything was a hit for me, but clearly people can learn from that game when making this game. Definitely worked out to a positive. Yeah, I suppose first-person shooters feel more natural to me. It very likely does depend on which format you started with. Watching anyway, the drops was a bonus, and I appreciate that. Remember when I had Halo on Xbox and it said Xbox Live, and at the time seemed so insane. I think people want to play across the world. Fast forward to now. Yeah, it's crazy. Xbox Live was in its infancy in those days, and now it's just so normal. It's still very interesting to me. Well, I suppose it hasn't changed that much given my first experience. Was I flipped a Warthog in a Halo 2 match, and my teammates screamed at me until I cried. I was a kid. So, hasn't really changed. I still cry. Keep reflexively reaching for my coffee. Time we had cords from the phone jack running across the house first time I tried it. Yup. Yup. I remember waiting for dial-up on Windows 98 on one of those white, very boxy PCs. I did that in diapers. They've even driven a Warthog. It's like the wheels are made of banana peels. You know? Modem days. Gotta feel old. Yeah, time is an interesting thing, I think. I saw a rather entertaining shitpost on Twitter, and then I thought about it for a moment, and realized that some people might not get it because the concept of a library is likely foreign to some people today. Times change, and we don't change with them. Hi, cat. You doing okay there? He's doing cat thing. I don't know what his end goal is. Told my kids I was gonna find one and hook it up so they could understand how lucky they are to have broadband. It's one of those things, it wasn't so bad at the time, but now that we know how it could be, that changes our perception of it quite a bit. Could be as awful at the time? I don't know. Maybe I was young and fascinated, but... I'd wait for those free CDs.
Why didn't the daughters...
You guys remember burning CDs?
After they called the anomaly.
It's hard to pinpoint what year that stopped really being a thing. Even worse when your friends started getting broadband, you sold 56K. That was the way you said I love you. Ah, yes. I'm hoarding too much. I caught myself. I'm hoarding too much. (2005, 2006). People have access to more information than is in any library through a cell phone. They don't seem to take advantage of it. Spend more time on IG, Facebook, TikTok. Very true. The world got smaller, but so did people's awareness. In some ways. In other ways, it didn't. Because think about how much news we absorb in like 5 minutes of Twitter scrolling. That would be like several days of newspapers. So like it's useful, but it all depends on the individual. Depends on what you do with it. What else use AIM? AIM. I never did personally, but my friends did at the time. Remember what happened to Jeeves? You can't ask him shit anymore.
Was it lost to history? Or were they terrified of it?
Who needs knowledge when we have cat videos? Bragg never figured out how to aim. Listen. It's true.
Yeah, right back at you.
Oopsie. I think I got properly stuck on him. Can I endless mass those guys? I almost want them to spawn out so I can endless mass. Yasha, thank you for the tier 2 with the 8 months, 8 streak. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like how he just summoned the Shadow of the Vibe swinging sword around. Yeah, it's very chill.
how he summons a shadow that just vibes, swinging his sword around.
I use iframes to avoid having to actually dodge that attack. So I'm a bad human being. Thank you so much, Yasha. I appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you. Scratchy, you've got mail sound on high with everyone in the house. Thanks for sleeping. I was a little young for that. Yeah. But I do remember. Back got some noms. Ooh, what you got, gaming interior? Dial-up sound is ultimate quag, Chad. Can't disagree. Thankful for that. Dial-up was hell. If you sign onto the internet in the middle of the night, everyone knew it. Yeah, I was a little young to have that problem.
This has got to be the palace. Now to find the throne room.
Oh, I forgot I don't like this one. Whatever, I'll do it anyway. Hardee's with some crisp apple soda. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds amazing. Ooh. Good choice. You know when you didn't know you want something until someone mentions it? Now, I'm actually salivating too much. Thinking about that, the apple soda in particular. Having less resistance. Should have no idea what's going on in the game. I'm progressing through an ancient city full of dangerous stuff to find a guy who may or may not be psychic, who orchestrated events 1,000 years in the future based on weird vision quest stuff. So like this endgame activity is basically your character riding off into the sunset to an uncertain fate, except it's playable. And you just kind of slowly lose your mind from the revelations as you go through. It's pretty cool. They basically blurred the line between endgame content and story content, and made the final stretch of story endgame. Not the first game to do that, but in terms of the looter genre, they did it in a very interesting way. Let's randomly blow up turning cubes. So I'm using, that is my endless mass skill. I encase an enemy in rock and they will cause a gravitational pull to other enemies. The class I'm playing is Devastator, and it's all about rocks and like gravity powers. There's the Pyromancer, which is fire and ash. There's the Trickster, which is space-time manipulation. There's the Technomancer, which is all about gadgets, including a minigun, a rocket launcher, turrets, various cryo and poison devices. Need an internet connection, just got on fiber a few weeks ago, order of magnitude better than cable, never going back. I wish fiber was available in my area. It is sadly not. I would shell out for it. But provider does not provide that service to my area. Sucks. At least not last I checked. Oh, let's check again.
This city feels like I'm stuck in a bad dream.
Gigabit line, no Ethernet anywhere in the house. Ah, so you have suffering is what you have. Good to know. That was good. We had 5 mil ticks of Boulderdash on that. That was spicy. Hardwired? Yeah. Close to the modem? It's like straight down from where I am, so I'm not particularly close, no. I'm on the 2nd floor. No. One of these days I'll try and drop Cat 6 myself, fuck everything up, and have to call and someone fix it all. Oh no. We got lucky, it wasn't available where we live either, but they built a high-tech elementary school right behind the house. They ended up digging in the street, put fiber in for them, so they went ahead and extended for our street. Ooh, that's cool. Honestly, like my cable scotch taped into the ceiling and walls. Oh no. Those are too good for me to want to give up. Ugh. Such an awkward situation to be in. Like, this statue one is good because it's got sacrificial altar, and this one has golem. So, like, resistance for golem. Inventory management. Sucks. Rivers of Blood. Get rid of that one. I'm not gonna do reflect builds. Who am I kidding? I'll get rid of that. Yes, cat. Hi. You are a cat. What's your point? So much purple stuff. Yeah. Cat.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin. It's a full-grown Kevin right here. 100% premium Kevin. Oh, he won't let me go. How you doing, Ducky Dino? Good to see you. Okay.
Maybe a good thing this empire collapsed. If they'd been here when we arrived, would they have destroyed us?
He's like, nah, fuck up. No, he was trying to grab my arm back. He doesn't claw for that. If Kevin takes a swipe, he's trying to, like, bring you closer. He's a sweet cat. Sure suggests your ISP being dumb, but sometimes it is hardware configuration causing issues, old modem, etc. It very well could be. Very well could be.
This place is beautiful.
Good, hope you are too. Doing great. Nice
clearly
chill
wasn't
stream
just
today.
war they were interested in.
We did that giveaway.
I wonder if anything from their culture
Enjoying
survived its
some
past.
casual apocalypse tier progression. It takes some time. It definitely takes some time. Sure, it's faster in a group, but it just gives me more longevity out of the game. I don't mind. Can I end this match here? There we go. I feel like high APOC rank requires a new gear. There's some power creep, a little bit, but for example, the damage leading strats on Devastator right now, it's just the already meta anomaly Devastator setup with the same set it used and just a couple new mods. This is pretty much just like the same. I'm not doing that, but as far as I've seen, it doesn't really require anything other than updating the gear you have. Got an Outriders about a week ago. There's a decent discount on Steam with a new update. My ratings have figured out. Progression seems all over the place. World Tier 13 and Apocalypse 10 don't really get how it works. So, they cleaned up that system a little bit. Basically, how it used to work is World Tier and Challenge Tier. World Tier would be everything before Endgame, and then Challenge Tier was Endgame stuff, in expeditions only. Now, Apocalypse Tier is just your difficulty scaling in general. I believe it's World Tier until you unlock Apocalypse levels, and then it just kind of replaces it. Basically, think of it like Chaos levels in Borderlands. Or I suppose it's closer to like OP levels from BL2. Mayhem levels BL3, because gear does go up per level. $70K away. Ooh, we're real close. Real close. Like the gameplay, mid-tier story, and try and find decent gear for Technomancer to start out with. Doesn't seem that dedicated drops. Correct. There's, outside of this activity, as far as I know, there's still no dedicated drops. Which is proof that you don't need a dedicated drop system. Game functions fine without it, but it can leave you feeling a little directionless when you're first starting out. Truly a battle of Chads. Just slamming into each other's faces. Game looks fun, not sure if I like the slower pace it seems to have. How do you define slow pace? Because there's some rooms where I'm doing some very fast-paced stuff. So much pistols were viable. Are they still not? They introduced an entire set around pistols. And a bunch of extra mods and stuff.
Toxic air like in the forest.
Also, technically speaking, if you get a pistol with desirable weapon mods, it's still more optimal to hold a pistol for caster-style builds, because you get faster animations. Yeah, there's two different pistol sets. Spending 50% of total ammo on your current sidearm as critical shots allows you to perform a special attack activity through your melee skill. Or it might just be the one, actually. There's a lot of mods associated with it. Attack deals 109k, split up to 5 enemies with 15 meter radius, scales with firepower. See 50% damage mitigation during the attack. Yeah, they made a pistols melee set. It's kind of neat. I want to gear that out. Oh, this is good. Hang on. Primal Chain. That lets me free up this slot. Okay. Wait, if I roll Freezing Boost to double jump. Yes, Kevin. Hi. And I roll Bone Crusher here to something else. That frees up an entire mod slot for me. And it lets me trade out long range damage and healing received for cooldown reduction and life leech. I lose adrenaline, but adrenaline isn't doing much for me anyway because I have no cooldowns. So, huge upgrade. I just gotta move around a couple mods, but that frees up an entire mod slot. That's huge. Pog, pog, pog. I think Lands games have just been appeasing my ADHD brain too much. Too many enemies, shiny colors, fast attacks. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Hi. Have played since launch. Personally, loved the gameplay and Super Min-Max back then. All my friends were thinking this is a dead game. DLCs really make me want to come back. People will always label a game as dead game as soon as they personally lose interest in it, and I've never found that to be like...
He was willing to let it fall.
1, healthy, 2, reasonable. Game's not dead unless it literally is unplayable. As in, like, Battleborn is a dead game because you cannot play it. But games wax and wane with their popularity, and especially the way people consume games in 2022, people stick with them not as long. Worldslayer, I think, is going to inject the most longevity into Outriders that they've had. Like, there's just the most to do now that we've ever had. There's the most progression and stuff to farm for. So I think Outriders is as far from dead as it could possibly be. Example, Fortnite dead game. Yeah, because Fortnite has experienced a dip over the last couple years in its popularity. It must be dead. Never mind the fact that it's still one of the most popular games in the world and makes more money than you will ever see in your entire life. Like, people will just call it dead. Yeah, I think it's a great time to come back. Do I need to finish expeditions before I can access Worldslayer? No. No. As soon as you've completed the story, you are able to access Worldslayer, and the game now has the ability to just let you go right to Worldslayer content. So when you make a character, you can choose to set it up at a point where you have access to both expeditions and Worldslayer. And they're completely independent of each other. A dead game confirmed. Cheers, no problem. Man, my aim is still... They improved on the overall endgame. Remember, that's what people thought was lacking back then. Yeah, there's more build flexibility, more build diversity than before. Back in November with the New Horizons update, they did a bunch of balance tuning, added some quality of life features, a few more expeditions. In this expansion, they've added an entirely new mode, which is basically like one big mega expedition. And they've overhauled the difficulty system. We now have Apocalypse tiers instead of the split challenge tiers, world tiers thing. I remember maxing out like 3 builds and felt like I had nothing to do after that. There's a lot more you can do now. A lot more activities. I think there's, what, 18 expeditions off the top of my head? And then you have this mode. And there's a lot more gear, a lot more mods, a lot more guns. There's a lot more stuff. If you like the gameplay will keep you here. If the gameplay isn't enough without getting something like a Destiny content model, then it might be a thing you pick back up for a couple weeks, and then revisit seasonally. But I think this is enough to keep me occupied for a while. Okay, I can use this upgrade now. So this switches to this. And I swap freezing boost to double jump, and then I swap bone crusher to whatever the hell I want. Cool. Got a drop? Nice. Does this have any seasonal event content? No. No. Unless you remember back then the build diversity was terrible, felt like everyone was using the exact same thing. That did improve over time. And it's better than it's ever been now. Much more. I'm using stuff that is not very popular on Devastator right now, and I'm doing pretty well with my progression so far. Could be better, of course, but I definitely feel powerful, and I'm hitting big numbers when I put in the effort. So what do I want this mod slot for? Like, maybe getting some more anomaly power. I could take Human Comet, more base for the Grav Leap. I don't need Bleed Them All. I don't need Mosh Pit, because I have Rad Splash shotgun for that. Shattered Armor, not desirable, not a weapon damage build. I'm not using Earthquake, not using Golem. I don't need that heal. Don't need the bleed. So it's between Human Comet and something for damage. Go to for unique builds? I try to be. I like Boulderdash. I've seen some other people toying around with it, but I've been enjoying that, so hopefully that stays in a good place. I'm sure balance is going to be ongoing. Could go Tainted Blood. That's just still really good damage. Melee skill creates an explosion, dealing 0 damage based on bonus firepower. Wow, 0. Euthanizer would also work based on my weapon choice. I could do Claws for vulnerability, but again, I have Rad Splash for that already. I'm indecisive. Sorry. Weighing my options here. I'm thinking, honestly, is there a reason for me not to just go with Old Reliable? Where is it? What does that even look like? Power Assimilation. This may just be me being deep. I find it so weird how as a kid money for games is a limiting factor and time is abundant. Now as an adult, time is less abundant and the price of games is less of an impact. It's so weird. It is. Yeah, for some people, price is still an object. But yeah, the time thing starts to matter more. Let's go with Power Assimilation. Just because at worst it is minor. Fucking responsibilities. If kid me had money to buy every game there is. I'm still a sucker for sales. I mentioned earlier in the stream, but I saw Devil May Cry 5 was on Steam sale, so I grabbed that this morning. Or was that last night? This morning or last night? I think it was last night. Time's weird. I haven't been grinding out shards the way I should be. Okay, so hang on, gotta fix that cosmetic. That's ugly. No. Change my pants, change my pants. That. Yeah. Devil May Cry is the game. God, there's multiple tiers of shards? Yeah. I just never have enough shards, because I don't grind enough. Didn't mean to say price wasn't a factor, like the amount of bang for buck video games can be. Oh, absolutely, Dex. Absolutely. Deep Rock Galactic is like half off. It's in the very long backlog. Got yo-yoed a bit there. How many Apocalypse tiers are there? 40. 40. It does take a bit to earn new ones. I started the stream today at 24, and we're just a chunk of the 25. Now, I'm sure playing solo and doing the activities I'm choosing to do is not the most efficient way, so I'm sure you can speed it up. But currently, that's where I'm at. Someone who grinds Outriders and stopped after I had to start a mission because there's nothing to do is World Slayer worth? Yes. Absolutely. So the thing you're seeing me do right now, the trial, is basically a mega expedition, and it's even got a little bit of flexibility in terms of what you want to do within it. There's some optional side rooms, and there's a couple branching paths for the main progression. There's a lot more gear, and a lot more permutations to gear. You have Apocalypse slots, which are... Gear has a chance to roll with a 3rd mod slot now. So that's another dragon to chase. And they've redone balance in a bunch of areas. Build diversity is much higher. So if making different builds is something that drives you, it'll definitely hold your attention longer than it did before. They also added, back in the November update, the New Horizons update, they did add a few more expeditions there. I don't know if you were around for that, Polonius. They added more stuff back then. Third mod slot's actually crazy? Yeah. Techno's absolutely broken when I play it. How's it now? AP Techno is supposedly very popular right now for being busted. Firepower Techno is a bit weaker than it was from what I'm told. But currently Anomaly, so AP Dev and AP Techno are like the most popular things. I'm doing a weird flavor of AP Dev. But there's definitely more options just across the board. Outside of Pyro is really good. Pyro's in a good place. You could do stuff like infinite eruptions now. Or infinite phaser beams. You can do lots of cool things. We're to see AP builds and devs a whole be good. Again, the CT20 on dev was credit grind on launch. I never had much problems with dev. Like, the whole thing with Devastator is, sure, you had lower sustained damage than the other classes, but you still had debuffing, you still had crazy survivability, and you still had burst damage. Not much sustained, but enough burst so you can still take out most things, to the point where you're fine for everything except for, like, Eye of the Storm. Dev was never that weak, it's just people compared it to things like Pyro and Trickster boss melts, and just the general ease and simplicity of gun techno. I think people were always a little unfair to Devastator, but it's definitely stronger now. So if it was a little too weak for you before, it's definitely stronger now. More damage, tankier, more build options. Devastator kind of got a bit of everything with this update. Cross progression, may not have to restart at all. Ooh, it's cross progression? I didn't know that. I knew it was cross play, I didn't know it was cross progression. That's sick. Not saying I had a problem, just had to grind more than every other character. You could have 5 level under gear and still mop. Yeah, I think that just shifted the problem to different places. Like, doing exactly what you said there with other characters was more forgiving in the damage department, but not in the tank department. Like, you still had to be very careful because they were squishy in comparison to Dev. Devastator's thing was always less damage, but less likelihood of death. Now it's just more tank and more damage, which is very nice. I like Devastator primarily because of the mobility, though. The very fast-paced playstyle between Boulderdash and Grav Leap.
This must be the source of all of Father's madness.
And the battlefield control of Endless Mass. I'm enjoying that combo a lot. Add new character class skills. So we have... Before we had class points, now we also have ascension points, which are just stats. It's another progression system. You can get up to 10 in each of these, adds up to a total of 200 before you're capped out on everything. We also have the PAX trees now. Each character got 2 PAX trees. You get 5 skill points as you progress through the expansion, and you can spend them as you see fit, you know, across these PAX trees. But they're very impactful. We didn't get new, like, activatable skills, but we got new sets around existing skills, we got new mods for existing skills, and we got those PAX trees. Like, there's an Impale Tremor set now, for example. I don't ever have to do this, but I'm using an ammo box. Wild. Dev been my fave since the first reveal drop. Liked it even more since the only one which wasn't autopilot to play. Exactly. Devastator is very high actions per minute. That's what keeps... Like, my fingers hurt from playing now that I'm thinking about it. But I'm a masochist when it comes to gameplay. I like having to work for it. I have to wipe the dust off the good old twisted rounds, Hunt the Prey Trickster. Currently my favorite character setup. I don't know how Trickster balance has changed with World Slayer. I was never that familiar with Trickster stuff. So someone else would have to step in there and comment. Open floor if anyone happens to know how Trickster's doing at the moment. And those things in particular. I'm not quite familiar. All I know is dev stuff. Rock jumps through earthquakes, mailing between every their actions really fun to me. Probably by World Slayer later and try out the new improved dev. I think you'll have a good time with it. I think you'll have a really good time with it. If anyone is looking to buy World Slayer plus Outriders, !Outriders, my affiliate link. I do receive compensation when you use that. Thanks to Square Enix. I don't know if that lets you buy just the upgrade. I think that's just the full game plus World Slayer. But I'm sure it'll list on the page. Not set up specific to a character. Kind of. So Devastator wants everything to be bleeding, just at all times, for healing, for damage, for weapon mods. You make enemies bleed a lot as Devastator, and you can pump more damage into those bleeds if you so choose. Pyro does the same thing for burning, and can do a lot. I'd say Pyro probably has the easiest time getting pure damage out of dots, but Techno has a a new set as of World Slayer that has a new status effect called Blight Fire, which is like upgraded poison. And that's something I do have an interest in trying out. I want to try out Blight Fire on Devastator. So, yes, use Techno Set on this guy. So I'm curious. It could be fun. And I like weird builds. Blight Caller status effect. You can run class-specific stuff on anyone? Yep. There's never been a restriction on that. People just often didn't think to do it. Pre-World Slayer, I was running Borealis set on Devastator for some fun memes. And Cryo Devastator, because it works. Use sets from different classes now, pretty sure you couldn't before. You can. You can. The thing that would stop you is, well, one, you can't get them on other characters. You need to, like, move them. Two, some of the slots lock you into a mod that doesn't benefit any other class. Like, it'll boost a skill specific to that class, so it's like, oh. And then some sets require certain skill activations or conditions that only that class can meet. But there's some that don't. Example, Seismic Commander just wants enemies to be bleeding. It doesn't care how you do it. It's more damage to bleeding enemies. So you could, in theory, run a bleed build on, say, Techno and run Seismic Commander, and it works. That's why I was able to run Borealis on Devastator, because I just got freeze from weapon mods. Wonderlands Armor Conundrum, you like. Not quite to that extent. You're still massively more likely to go for stuff for your own class, but, you know, if you're me, you're weird. That's why I literally never thought to do that. In a service that makes no sense, you really can do some crazy things. Yeah, the primary thing is you end up with awkward scenarios like just mod slots that are doing nothing. But now that you have Apocalypse tier gear, with that third mod slot, if you have a gear slot that has a useless mod slot, you can still get one that is useful to you. So it'll have one dead one, but it also has a bonus one. It kind of offsets that a little bit. Maybe not relatively speaking, because that's just another advantage of using a class-appropriate one. Then they'd have 3 active mod slots instead of 2. But it still cushions the blow a little bit. I saw some fun Seismic Commander Pyro stuff back with the New Horizons update in November. I never got around to doing it, but people were doing some Seismic Commander Pyro. Because you get burned very easily just doing Pyro stuff. You just get bleed from things like Bone Shrapnel. And build a ton of status damage. Pretty decent damage over time.
I'm losing track of time in this place. How many days has it been? Or years? I wonder where Channa and the others are now. I wonder if I'll ever see them again.
Yeah, the story in this is so trippy. Like, asking some legit questions. Like, how long has it been? Is it a meta commentary on, okay, what if people are playing this DLC, like, way after it came out? It's like, oh, how long has it been? It's cool. It's cool. It makes you think. Trim class power stats, right, that's right. Hey Felicia, how you doing? How's Tiny Tina have to see his past stop playing after the first DLC, same grind through Chaos? Chaos cap is level 50 now. So it was 20 at first, and then 35, now it's 50. We have 3 DLCs out. The 4th one we expect to get in the next month or so. 4, 5, 6 weeks, something like that. And that'll come with another mirror and another class. We've gotten lots of balancing changes, lots of new equipment to mess around with. New format in the Chaos Chamber. There's a boss run now in the chamber. You do 6 rooms, and it's 3 bosses, 3 obelisks. So that's pretty cool. They've been updating the game every week. It's been growing pretty steadily. Ooh, sacrificial altar on a martial armor. Interesting. I could probably do something with that. Because Endless Mass Impale is probably nuts. It's probably pretty cracked. We detecting Outriders? Outrider detected. Wonder what the most efficient route through the trial is. Because there's got to be some rooms that are less of a time commitment than others. That make doing the whole thing more efficient. I imagine that's already been crunched numbers-wise. I'm just thinking out loud.
Father built all this? Would have taken decades with modern machinery.
About to download World Slayer, let's go. Speedrunner's out yet? Good question. I haven't consumed any content for this other than brief snippets of what Moxie, Birdman, and Lazy have done.
Holy shit, look at all these
So,
creatures.
I have no idea what people are up to.
But they're not moving. Huh. Almost peaceful. Was the father building a goddamn army in some kind of stasis? What?
That was a good boulder dash. Ooh, that's so satisfying. Nice 14 mil on that guy. Go rebuild me a second? Yeah. Do it after the run. Ah, yes, the Outriders build. What is shield? Why is shield? Oh yeah, Devastator gets a shield now, because Dev wasn't tanky enough. Different game, same answer, remind me after the run. Don't call me out like that.
Maybe I'm not the threat that we're meant for. Not that I'm complaining. Think I'll keep quiet all the same.
Who is shield? When is shield? Yeah, I did all the optionals. How is shield? Did we hit where? We didn't hit where. And yes, I reflexively picked up my mug again. Tank class not tanky enough, got it? Right, right.
Drawing them all here. Answering some call to join Father's army.
Whatever. It's time to die. Even if you have to wait here
5 years.
When you don't want to deal with a boss, just stun lock him. Hey, achievement. Approaching the apocalypse. There's an achievement for doing that on A25. Pinball on Matchmaker sounds interesting. Take that. Stunning fight, my guy. Is shield safe? Is shield alright? I love the reference, fan. I don't know if anyone else is gonna get that. But fucking phenomenal reference.
Not until I catch whatever ghosts are leading me deeper. Better whatever's pulling me under this sea.
Well done.
It could be all the answers to everything.
Pinball so bad when I last played, guess it's okay now. I mean, on paper it looks okay. Crits cause triple damage on a 1-second cooldown to nearby targets. Seems good. First thing is I remember the line, just not where from. It's the deep cut. Almost 3.5 bill. 1.3 bill from Boulderdash. Boulderdash supremacy. It is simply built different. 69% downloaded. Nice. And the fact that this Moaning Winds and Rad Splash total is still over 200 mil, that's kind of relevant because my Moaning Winds Rad Splash gun is still level 50. I'm getting level 60 gear drops now, so it's 10 levels under and it's still relevant. Also, my Toxic does more damage than my Bleed. I think I'm doing Devastator wrong. Come here. Come here, cat. You already destroyed my bedding. Come here. Come on. To answer the question in Tsukato, it's from Revenge of the Sith. Checks branding? Yep, that's on brand. Marshall set doing 356 mil is very satisfying. See, most devs run Seismic Commander. Marshall is enjoyable. Isn't that the new Toxic character? It fucking is it? I have no idea. I don't look at what other people do. I want to make it a Toxic character, but... Bone Shrapnel on an Anomaly effigy. I guess I'll keep it. Yes, I'll keep it. Give some burn damage now. I think the build's complete. I could make that happen. If I get a what's the name of it? The rifle that this Noxious Spawns comes from. If I get that with like Wrath of Moloch, then yeah, I could add burn in pretty easily. I don't know if that's better than Locusts. Locusts are really nice. Oh, is there gear skins in this game? They added, after you last played, a transmog system. So any item that you ever pick up gets added to your transmogs across your whole account, and you can, at any time, at no cost whatsoever, just change any item's appearance to be any other item of that type. So you can change auto shotguns into any auto shotgun you've ever picked up in terms of aesthetic. You can change, you know, one-shot rifles into other rifles. You can change pistols into other pistols of appropriate kinds. You can't change, like, an auto pistol into a revolver, because animations are a concern. But you can do the same thing with armors. It's pretty sick. That was something they added in the free New Horizons update in November. So, like, pretty sick. Make Range Trickster viable. Can I use Sniper Tank Trickster and become the meme? Range Trickster was viable as of New Horizons. I don't know if it was a go-to or anything. And I don't know how it's doing as of World Slayer. I don't have any real Trickster knowledge. Yasha. But yeah, so I think this is a good stopping point. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're in an ad right now. I'll do a little inventory management while we wait for the non-subs. And I gotta show the build for Dex as well. Cat, what are you doing? Yeah, so skills-wise, I'm using Endless Mass, Boulderdash, and Gravity Leap. I have a lot of cooldown investment in various places, so I've got 6.3 second cooldown, 3.5 second cooldown, 6.2 second cooldown, but I decided that wasn't enough. And I took the bottom route on the PAX tree, went through all of these. This is extra damage for anomaly stuff, and then anomaly power, resistance piercing. We're not using seismic skills, so anything that says seismic I ignored. We're using 3 kinetic skills. Earth and Shell damage dealt with skills converted to shields. Then you got terms of engagement, kinetic feeding into other kinetic. Momentum means that we get up to a 4-second cooldown reduction from using skills to our other skills as long as we hit enemies. Meaning our Boulder Dash has no cooldown, our Leap has very little cooldown, and our Endless Mass has very little cooldown. Ascension, I just happen to have Anomaly Power, Resist, Pierce, Anomaly Damage, and I'm working on Resistance. Normal skill tree wise, I took this route through the middle, taking both paths over here for extra cooldown. Took the bleed heal, took the armor bonus from Anomaly Power. I didn't go for these because I don't need those because I'm not doing seismic stuff, and that's just a little bit of tank. I went through here to get up to the kinetic cooldown while getting some defensive bonuses and this damage mitigation. And then I also grabbed this for more resist pierce because it was just 1 node away. Gear-wise, my pistol I'm not really using, but I just put Fortress on a pistol with resist pierce, or resist reduction. I'm looking to upgrade that. Molten Idola with Claymore Torrent and the APOC slot. Noxious Spawns for toxic application scaling off anomaly. Good area coverage. Animois with Rad Splash Moaning Winds. Martial Helmet with, I guess, a vaguely useful APOC slot, but put Primal Weakness in mod slot 2. Martial's Armor with a good APOC mod slot. I put Power Assimilation. A purple with a good APOC. A purple with an okay APOC. I could replace this. And then a Martial. The Despair. Wasn't Fortress a bonus AP scaling with your armor? Is that a different mod? They rebalanced Fortress back in November. They rebalanced Fortress because it was crazy. So now it requires actually shooting. And building stacks has a 0.2 second cooldown, so it takes 0.6 seconds to fully stack it, at which point it lasts for 10. And the damage bonus is flat. It's 20%. It's not based off of anything anymore. It's just 20%. But yeah, now we're calling it. Thanks for breakdown. Always. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Once again, thank you to Square Enix for providing the code for the giveaway, providing me my copy of World Slayer, and for setting me up with that affiliate link. If you're looking to purchase Outriders World Slayer, you could do so through that affiliate link. Command works in my Discord server as well, which you should join. Works in the chat while I'm offline. Works anywhere. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Now, in terms of tomorrow, there's like a tiny chance I do a surprise Wonderland stream tomorrow. Tiny. I'm still working out logistics on that. But my next scheduled day is Monday, which will be Wonderlands. Looking very likely that next Saturday is another Outriders stream. So if you like the Outriders content, keep an eye out for that. Let's see, Wolf's playing some Outriders, Lazy's playing some Wonderlands, Dame is on Subnautica. Triple G is doing Tarky for the wipe. Ruka's playing Man-Eater. Let's go to Lazy. I don't want to be there anyway. Addict? You know it, Priz. Raid message will be... Go and put yep rock. Thank you guys so much once again. Great return to variety stuff. This is only the second time I've streamed anything not Wonderlands related in the last 3 months. So it's cool to dip back into variety. Wonderland's still my main game. Still enjoying it. But I like doing lots of stuff, and I appreciate all the support as I branch out. So I'll see you guys over in Lazy's. Thank you so much. See you maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday. Either way, hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend. Bye-bye.